back, and it continues to be cube time. Now, while I was offline yesterday, I had a bit of a revelation. I don't necessarily need a spider spawner to collect all the string that we'll need for our candles. Rather, the string solution has been in front of us the entire time. It's the mine shaft. Mine shafts are conveniently, or inconveniently, full of cobwebs. And cobwebs can be broken for string. So I just need to find my way over here onto our friendly wooden platform and figure out areas like that, those spiderwebs over there. I also wouldn't mind having my vengeance pickaxe at the ready, in case I see more extremely valuable ore. Also seeing glowberries over there, which means, well, it means something. It's one of those underground areas full of clay and axolotls and moss blocks. Free blood. I'll take that. Now, at the rate I'm going, I'm probably going to run out of... Uh-oh. Ah, yes. Poison. Just what I need to make my spider experience complete. The short blade being a cutting tool is making this so much faster. Now with all these lights, this spawner is effectively disabled. I want to do this honing, though. Not often I get to hone a weapon. Apparently we can hone the blade or the hilt, and that's about it. Both are damage and speed. Honing the hilt for speed offers nothing. The hilt for damage, almost 0.3 damage. How about the blade? slightly more than nothing, or 0.5 damage. That's a pretty good number. More cave spider this way. Managed to get that one without... Oh dear. You weren't invited to this. Go away. So I know I said I wanted spider spawners yesterday, but what we've encountered is no, not like that. On the plus side, that's 45 string already. Which is pretty incredible, and marks this as a rather successful mission. Lots of iron to be had here, too. Which I know I would have more iron if I actually started smelting what I have. But I don't want to do so inefficiently. Hello. Ignoring the copper, we have more than enough copper. Until that ceases to be true, I will not be concerned with copper. Honestly, I should probably be collecting all this andesite for conversion into occultism and other stuff. Because I always end up needing more of that than I can easily plan for, or anticipate, or even guess. I suppose technically the cobblestone's good too. What the? You were in the wrong biome. This is Dripstone Caves. Why are there silverfish? Gotta love that andesite. Maybe I should have a box for andesite in the warehouse. Oops. I expected that was coming. I just didn't think it would be this soon. And I always forget to hit it with the hammer. Repair with iron. Back in business. Maybe I should repair the short blade while I'm at it. I see a geode block. That should probably be enough andesite. Especially since I've dug myself a hole I can't easily climb out of. Which way was the way out? Nope, I've managed to go in every wrong direction. Here we go. Oh, he's got some knockup. Serious knockup on his attacks. Also damage. Yikes. I was not expecting to be so thoroughly educated on the power of a Barclay. Alright, gold, redstone, sticks from the Barclay. Not that impressive. Shouldn't have used this pick on that stone, but what can you do? What's done is done. Ooh, diamond. Don't mind if I do. Especially since there's a chance for Chimerite to appear with it, and that's some important stuff. M&A requires Chimerite in bulk, serious bulk, and doesn't exactly provide it in bulk unless you are very careful about how you mine. The way Chimerite appears, at least last I knew, is that it can drop as a special drop in addition to what you normally mine. When you mine things like coal and gemstones. Coal has the lowest chance of bonus Chimerite. Diamonds have the second best. Emeralds have the greatest. And this chance is also affected by fortune. So having our Fortune 5 Vengeance pickaxe is definitely helping us out with that. Anyway, there's something else I noticed a small distance back that I want to deal with. And it's also going to involve packing some things away in our backpack, because we just have too much crap cluttering up our main space here. Fire sale. Everything must go in the backpack. Alrighty. See if we can get some Chimerite out of these coal blocks. Not a 1. Not really surprised. The other thing about Chimerite is it's not just a bonus that comes from coal and gems. In order to see it at all, you also require a certain player level. And I've forgotten the exact details of that. I forget if it's certain player level thresholds cause it to unlock with certain ores, or if having a higher player level just gives you a better chance overall. I'm sure if I had the Magic Codex on me, it would tell us. Whoa. More spiders. Lit and disabled before they could ever become a threat. Kind of strange, though. They don't usually have a wall behind them like this. I guess that's why. There was another mineshaft tunnel right behind. rail. Get rid of those fence posts. Now, I'm going to mention that thing I noticed again, without explaining it, because I'm like that. And I don't remember where it was. I know we were walking somewhere on these bridges. Oh. Rather obvious now, isn't it? These bland-looking gray blocks are the reason I've built myself in this biome. This is a lost Tetra thing. I don't think they have names. But this structure is what's necessary to advance with our Tetra tool levels. Maybe. Maybe I should have gone to the Nether first. I forget. So I could be here ahead of schedule, or I could be here right on time. It's just this black metal ruin, apparently full of strays. I know I hear some strays. They're difficult to navigate if you don't have traversal tools. And having traversal tools doesn't make it all that much easier. These forged pillars require special tools to interact with that I don't have. I didn't make them because they are completely useless until you find one of these. And so far I also haven't seen anything of value in the structure itself. So this forged metal it's tough to break. It's really tough to break, and pickaxes aren't even the appropriate tool to do so. I think you need a claw. It's what the claw toolhead part is for. Or it may be a hammer. It's a hammer. It still takes a while to break, even with a hammer. And it breaks into these metal scraps. Which are, I guess, technically an important Tetra material. Technically. You can just very easily fill your inventory with them and not have any use for the things. I'm gonna get my wind wall up, because I keep hearing those strays. And it sounds like they're getting closer. Oh, here he is. Used wind wall just in time. And there's more of them. Alright, so this is actually oddly perfect. We've got forged crates, which you break open with hammers, or that's, I think, the claw icon. You need a crowbar. I don't think there's a difference in whether you use a hammer or a crowbar. I just prefer to crowbar since it requires a lower level, and I have some weird, misguided idea that crowbarring might get you better loot. But I can't confirm or deny that. Then we have this thing, which I'm honestly shocked to have found in the first structure I entered. This forged workbench is just a Tetra workbench made of metal. But this forged hammer is something we absolutely need. My hammer, in Tetra terms, is a tier 3 hammer. The forge hammer is either tier 4 or 5 or 6 or something. It's a higher tier hammer, and it is necessary for advancement. Because if we have a look through possible... Oh, I can't do that here. Anyway, when we get back home, I'll open up the Tetra holosphere and explain what the heck is going on there, what I'm talking about. What I'm going to do right now, though, is make a... we'll call it an axe. Can I do this with cobbled deep slate? Yes. So we make an axe. And the reason we make an axe is so we can change the tool head into a claw. Diorite claw, iron claw. No, I really only need diorite. I'll give it an iron handle. And giving it another claw head doesn't seem to improve it at all. So we'll just give it an iron tool butt. If we're going to make everything iron, let's just make the claw iron too. So now we have an iron claw. And this iron claw will allow us to do things like figure out what this is. I just pulled off a lubricant dispenser, which reduces the chance for the hammer to jam. They can do that. This hammer also doesn't function because this socket and the identical socket on the other side takes some kind of power cell that we don't have. And then these larger empty spaces are for upgrades. So I am marking this again for later. Now Ooh. Maybe I should have put a hammerhead on the opposite side of this thing. A hammer to bust, hammer, and a claw. Okay. Hammer all 4 bolts. Then claw. There we go. That gave us a structure beam, some flex mesh, more metal scrap. We're going to be getting a lot of these neo-futuristic resources. Transfer unit. I don't know the transfer unit. But it had a thermal cell in it. Use a transfer unit or core extractor to fully charge a thermal cell, and then find the thermal cell. So we have a transfer unit, but I don't know what that means or does. But I do see that it has sockets on the side that do things? So I can bop it and change the position of this switch. No idea what that does. And then this thing, I can peel off this cover plate, and there's another switch. Identical to this switch. I would love to take the Forge Hammer home, but I don't remember how to do that. I don't think Silk Touch always does it. You can also claw open these things. I've got a Chthonic Extractor and a bunch more parts. And that is a combustion chamber. Increases the hammer tier, but can cause fires. So I guess I can show that thing off. Let's get a crafting table down. Make a chest. Well, I don't need to make a chest. I'll just put my hammer in my backpack where the game can't find it. Oh, and I have honing. I didn't know I had honing on my pick. Anyway, this requires a tier 3 hammer. You have tier 0 available. Because I put my hammer away and I hid it. Now if we take this thermal cell and stick it in the Forge Hammer to power it, we still have tier 0 available. Huh? I guess because I need both cells. Well, let's get my hammer back. And hone the pick. And we'll worry about tearing up this thing when we have a second power cell. Whoa. I did not look before I took that step. drop down. That's a decent drop, isn't it? Well, nothing for it but gravity. Also another skeleton. Another fascinating and fun problems. Like that skeleton. Wind wall. Oh, and that's a stray spawner. I didn't know those existed. Maybe that's just what happens when you put a skeleton spawner in a cold biome. Intradimensional what? Planar stabilizer. Causes modules crafted with the hammer to just be better. Skulk? What? What is Skulk doing in here? Anyway, we have a second hammer. With another interesting panel. Another power cell. Let's mark this one too. This way, if I have an idea on how to take the hammer home, I have a second hammer to test it on. There's the stray spawner. I'm just trying to get everything lit up so I stop having to deal with all the nonsense. I'm glad this generated free floating in a cave mostly. Makes it very easy to see. These typically generate inside solid rock, which makes them very hard to find. So we have 2 full thermal cells. I was sure I picked up another one, or maybe I ignored it. We also have a lot of other weird modules whose purposes are not entirely clear. We also have some actual bolts now. As we just crowbar open all these crates for resources. These structure beams that we're finding are one of the major resources of Tetra. They can be used for tool handles and are incredibly powerful but a little slow and very hard to repair. Very hard to repair because they can only be repaired with structure beam. Hello, Spellbreaker. This doesn't go further down. I thought it might. Just continue looting this place. That's a further down. With another anvil. Another forged workbench. You have another silly room that it looks like a closed doorway. Like it should go down, but doesn't because it's closed off. Almost like an elevator shaft. There are also those forged containers, of course, which are a little more tricky to open. Than the crates I've been blithely crowbarring. Hello, creeper. Could you not? I don't actually know if these... oh, he's got a backpack. I hope he doesn't find his way in here. I do not want to have to deal with a creeper that has haste. Okay, we got a hammer. These locks. Each hammer blow only has a chance of working. When the lock's banged off, it has to be crowbarred open with the claw. Which also may not work and inflicts mining fatigue. There we go. Now we have hoppers, a bunch of other metal scraps, gunpowder, diamond. First, and there are 3 tabs of this stuff. Mostly metal scrap, of course. So this would be an incredible container to have back home. It's a triple-double chest. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure there's no way to take it with us. I can break it, but that turns it into metal scrap. Which I suppose it's fine. We took everything out of it, it has nothing further to offer. I should probably use my other backpack to scoop up all these metal resources. All the Tetra stuff can go in that backpack. Except the thing, well, even the things we might need. Footsteps? Footsteps are bad. Footsteps could be a creeper. Nope, there are you. We have even more crates to rip open. I think this Forgotten Forge is the largest I've ever seen. Oh, this is why I didn't get the other battery. I thought I'd taken that one. I don't know, I still don't know what those switches do, and maybe never will. think the point of a transfer unit is to take two thermal cells that are not fully charged and combine the charges of them. First shot at every one of those. Nice. And that opens immediately. Rail. Interesting thing to have in here. And a partial cell. Also a daylight detector. Nice. We have a post-nether item. It just happened to be in this box. I think I've looted this whole level. Also, we have two more hammer. Well, one more hammer than I thought. There's a hammer upstairs, a hammer down here that I've marked, and now another hammer here that I didn't know about and didn't notice until now. Alright, now we put our hammer away. Get these two thermal cells. And power up this one. And now if I want to repair, it takes a tier 2 hammer and I have 0 available. Come on, this thing is powered. Don't tell me I've completely forgotten how this works. I guess I'll install a planar stabilizer and an insulated plate. Maybe these two have to be occupied for the hammer to be functional. There we go, restored machinery. 2 charge cells and 2 upgrades, and the size of the hammer will light when it's functional. So now, repairing, I have tier 5 available. This is the only way to get a tier 5 hammer and to advance in Tetra rank beyond, well, beyond stone and iron. So the next step would be to use a hammer like this one, though maybe not this one specifically, to make, I think, a blackstone hammer is the next step. But of course that's post-nether. And I just really want to take this hammer home with me, or one of them. But I don't have a way to do that. Whoops. Nice try. Ancient schematic stonecutter. Huh. Now how do I use that? That's another thermal cell. Not full, exactly, but close. more stuff into the backpack. This is why I have 2 backpacks. Because there's just too much junk and clutter for one player's inventory to handle. We have another forge workbench with what looks like another ancient schematic on the wall. An extractor. What does that mean? Alright, so what if I put this here? Nothing new. Okay, so the back of this I could make an extractor or an unbreakable extractor. What does it even mean? Repurpose a Chthonic extractor to allow the tool to break several blocks at a time. This requires the extractor item. Freely craft an extractor attachment using an echo shard. Randomly causes nearby blocks to break when harvesting a block, but gives the tool a small chance to spread scope taint when used. So it would require an echo shard. Is that something I can apply to the back head of a pick? It would reduce its pick level and give it other problems. Well, ancient schematic extractor. Now, what was the other one over here? Ancient schematic stone cutter. Also more stuff to light. And a big hole. Alright, ancient schematic stone cutter. What do you do? Is it a front head? No. A back head? Yes. Repurpose. Oh, this is just the extractor again. Is it a blade? No. Hilt or fuller? No. Is it a shovel piece? No, but I can hone my shovel with more dig efficiency. Or I could if I had my hammer in my inventory. So I don't know what this ancient stonecutter schematic is talking about. Is there something in my Is there something I don't have in my inventory that I need to make that work? That's extractor again. Which I guess it's giving me because I have the Chthonic extractor on me. don't know why it's not letting me look at parts. Like, why can't I go back from here? Oh, I have a hone option here. Well, let's just give it chop efficiency. So the stone cutter isn't a two-headed tool thing. It's not a single-headed tool thing. What does that leave? A bow thing? No. Well, I could... Bowstring could be replaced with a release latch. Automatically fire when the bow is fully drawn. That is an interesting part. It makes it slightly faster. That could be neat, but I don't think I like the loss of control over the way the bow works. Still don't know how to make use of this stonecutter schematic. So I guess we'll put all this advanced metal stuff away and just continue exploring. And there's a convenient hole right here that goes even further down. Hello. Let's not mess with him this time. The Barklings have proven that they're a little bit above our pay grade. This almost lets out to where you could walk. Almost. More thermal cells. I might have to test my theory about the transfer station being used to move charges around on those things. And this goes even deeper still. A few bloodstains of death by fall damage. I do want to collect those. Whoa, don't want anything to do with that fight. We have another ancient schematic of some other type now. Oh, it's extractor again. I suppose that's fine. Hello, creeper. Let's knock that guy out before he can do any damage to anything. More hoppers and rails. Another daylight detector. And a bunch more Slavonic extractors and whatever. A stone cutter. Combine with a stick in a crafting table or use as a sword blade to craft a powerful mining tool. Apparently I can't take this off the wall. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ooh, this is good. This is that spider spawner we wanted before. We've also found some other mysterious things besides. And I think I forgot the crafting bench somewhere. Because I don't see it in either pack. Schematic, sturdy sword. Oh, sturdy guard. Breaking the chest will delete your loot and all items in the chest. You have to sneak while breaking. Of course, it's per player instanced, but I'm the only player here. We have another sturdy guard schematic. Discs. Some other odds and ends, and of course, box of eternal closure, dinner bone. Something else that will become useful later. If I put this here, I can apply the stone cutter, a heavy blade that cuts through stone with ease. It's a level 3 pick with sweeping. Well, I don't want to waste my good knife on it. I didn't need to make the crafting at all, the table at all. We just put it on a stick. And what else can we do with it? Get a structure beam handle. Maybe some more structure beams and metal scraps. I don't know, maybe I can figure out something to do with some of these random materials. I mean, can I install a thermal charge? Who knows? Alright, so we have the stonecutter blade. For a hilt. Yeah, repurposed beam is over 200 durability, but reduces its speed by, well, half from the look of it. No. So would an iron hilt. So I guess we're giving it the structure beam hilt, which I can't because that requires a tier 6 hammer. A spruce counterweight increases speed very slightly. What's all that noise? It's a lot of running around noises. Sounds like faction creatures doing their thing. I guess just keeping it on a stick is basically the way to go. Because I'm not seeing any way to make it any better. So I guess you just have a stonecutter now. Whatever that is or does. Doesn't cut forged walls at all. Which shouldn't surprise me. The name is Stonecutter after all. But also one of the ancient schematic panels further up was Stonecutter. So maybe that would change something. Ah. And down here we have the ancient charging stations for the power cells. The glowing ones are pulling power from the lava, and they feed them into the extractor, the transfer units. So we can take all our thermal cells that don't have very good charge and just plug them in here. Do either of these run? Nope, these ones are dark. And I don't think it's a matter of the switch. Oh, that's the wrong tool, that's why it doesn't work. Yep, this cell is full now. What happens if I hit the switch to the left? It doesn't work. Switch in the middle. Well, it's pumping. And I guess that little burst of fire is it's done charging. And what's the between middle and right? I don't know. Maybe it's slightly faster. Anyway, all of our thermal cells are now fully charged. We'll mark this on our map as a battery charge station. And now we need to get the heck out of here. Because this doesn't go any further down, we're just at bedrock. Actually, that also kind of makes me think. What did the Sithonic extractors say they could do? Hammering extractors into the same fracture increases yield, and yield increases in biomes inhabited by husks and strays and witches, cold desert or swamp. Apparently we're in a meadow, but I've still been seeing strays, so figure that one out. Let's give ourselves a little working room. There's the extractor, and hammer. It doesn't say what level, it's dark. Oh, hammer level 4. So I don't have a good enough hammer to do that. Still, something to try later. Once we've figured out how to get a hammer of that level. Now I want to find that stone cutter ancient schematic again. See if the stone cutter that we have now does anything with it. But mostly I just want to go home, because we have a lot that we're carrying right now. Here it is, stone cutter. I have a stone cutter. It doesn't say anything. Ooh, Stonecutter is repaired with metal scrap. So I guess the reinforced beams would also be repaired with metal scrap. Well, I just don't know what to do with this stonecutter thing. Do I have a path out into the cavern at large? Kinda. A hop and a broom, and away from this structure we go. Let's go float over here. Have a look at this. Glowberries. This looks like, yep, that's occultism trees. Just kind of hanging out here in the void of space. And over here we have, wow, a path to the surface. And I'm stuck because my broom can't do water at all. Fancy. Well, now that we've reached the surface, we can check out this thing that I've been meaning to look at for a couple of days now. And it just looks like a pile of rocks. There are no ores anywhere near the pile of rocks. Just that coal. So it's just a funny shaped pile of rocks. So with that little discovery, now we head home. I still haven't actually used the stonecutter. Which I'm finding kind of funny. Well, we made it home. The farm looks a mess because of the melons and pumpkins doing melon and pumpkin things. And I should get one of these schematics out. Sturdy guard. So instead of a wide spruce guard, I can make a sturdy guard, which can be made from metal, scale, and bone. It takes away the armor bonus of holding it, increases durability, and applies a block status. So I guess it's like a mini shield. That's honestly kind of a cool idea. But what I really need to do right now is clean out my backpack. If the warehouse was further along, I could just dump everything into a single block and it would automatically sort itself. Right now, though, that's just wishful thinking. We have a lot of andesite. Is andesite special? These recipes will accept any stone, any stone, any stone, polished andesite. Nope, andesite appears rather unremarkable. I'm just going to transmute 2 stacks of it, though. Let's not go overboard on the other stone. It'll be nice to have, but I also want to have some andesite actually on hand. We also have our first piston. Daylight detectors, which I wouldn't really call a block, but I don't have anywhere else to put them right now. Daylight detectors are more like a circuitry thing, which I normally have another chest to store. And the box of eternal closure goes in here. The water sachet to go with the ender sachet. Satchet. Bob Cratchit. I don't know. That's everything in this backpack. Now for this backpack, I'm gonna need more storage. Like a special Tetra storage. Some of these items do properly go in treasures, though. Alrighty. Now we have ample string, ample tallow. I think it's time to start cutting space for occultism ritual circles. Which I'm going to do down here and probably regret immensely. Let's get our break spell. Well, that was dramatic. Also very flawed. It shouldn't have broken 2 spaces behind. It's breaking. Okay, I get it. It's breaking a 5x5x5 cube centered on where the projectile hits. So if I cut those 2 blocks in advance and then snipe into that hole, the whole thing goes. Alright then, lesson learned. We'll do a bit of strip mining here. This also gets us plenty of cobblestone. And apparently gravel. I didn't ask for gravel, but here it is. You may be wondering how much space I actually need for these occult purposes. That's okay. I'm wondering the same thing. Most of what I remember is that these circles are really big. Or get really big later on. And I could just, check by using the book. But honestly, I'm having a good time smashing away enormous chunks of ground. Look at that. We're full of cobblestone already. Simply too much cobblestone. Alright. This will be a good start. I say as I promptly do nothing. Getting Chimerite out of the coal. Very nice. One of the few ways to make it worthwhile to mine coal with fortune. I'm sure the experience is also helping too. As long as I don't enchant and keep my player level above 30, we will keep seeing Chimerite from all the ores that Chimerite can appear from. And that's it. That's the secret of Chimerite. Have your player level above 30 and you will see it just passively. But this also means you have to be holding onto a player level and can't die, can't enchant. So it's also a bit of an issue. What I want here is some distinctive floor tiling, because we are again dealing with basically ritual circles. What I want right now is a negative space. Something that is definitely not where my ritual circles need to be. And frankly, I don't know if I have enough cobblestone to establish a base flooring type. Well, surely as I continue to expand that area, we'll get more cobblestone. We won't use the mini tiles, because we used that already. These cracked, kind of deep slatish tiles. That engraved looks okay, but as an individual decorative block, not as a basic floor. This looks kind of like skulls, and I'm almost digging it for that reason. I've also always been partial to these connected texture border styles. Back in the chisel days, I used these a lot. Unamused cobblestone. Yeah, that's a flat-looking face, isn't it? This is just the blackstone texture. Spider carving. Spiraled. That's a neat little decorative block. White tiles, tiny bricks. That's hideous. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but it's not doing it. It may be time to do the rounded bricks, but I also want something darker instead. That looks like birch. No, I think the way to go here is these flat tiles. These little funky-dunky arranged bricks. Because the darker color than the cobblestone bricks, and I like it for that reason. I'll also need a kind of wall block. Which I think for walls, one of these bordered things would be ideal. Or we could go for the big bricks. The small bricks I think would be too busy if we're looking at them in a wall context all the time. This is just our gray redstone block with a border. I kind of like the idea of these, and between the two of them, this tiny brick bordered is our wall. I'm also going to need some doors. I know, this is just slowly becoming more and more unhinged, with no explanation of what I'm actually doing here. Just losing my mind as I assemble a project in my head. That should do it. Okay. Now, finally, some of the nonsense I've been doing can be explained. Occultism makes very heavy use of ritual circles. It's very difficult to read the... There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Ritual circles are, ritual circles. They're pentacles, ritual drawings, they use chalk, sacrificial blood. They look like this. And this is a smaller one. So for a ritual circle like this one, the gold-edged bowl is mandatory. The candles and the symbols are also mandatory. They're part of the multi-block structure. And then each build like this also requires a certain number of sacrificial bowls. And these are optional. The number you need depends on the ritual that you're doing. And the location of the bowls also doesn't matter. And there are functionally 3 types. Aviar's circle is, as it says here, the simplest. This begins the summoning track, which allows us to summon janitors, which pick up items, lumberjacks for cutting trees, crushers, which grind raw ore into multiple dusts, transporters, which move things from one place to another, and have a couple of trader purposes that mostly the purple fire allows us to bypass, but the Otherworld sapling trader is not to be ignored. The summoning track, the demon summoning track continues with Ophix's calling, which goes up to the Jinn level. Avarice's open conjure is technically something else, so we'll skip that. Avarice's conjure is the Afrit level. And then there's the Merid level. This is the highest level summoning type circle. As you can see, it is really big. So that's 4 circles in the summoning servants track. Then we have such circles as Hedron's Lure, for the purpose of possession. Possession is slightly different from summoning. It's still functionally summoning, but what possession does is it summons mobs that are hostile, that you then have to fight. All these possessed mobs, Endermite, Skeleton, Phantom. A possessed mob is honestly really nice, because they have guaranteed drops of things that you either normally can't get at all, like Endstone pre-end, or skeleton skulls, which would be rather difficult to get ordinarily, or guaranteed phantom membrane drops, also familiars, that's something for later. But the real jewel of the unbound, possession type summoning, I think, is Ihagans at the Jinn level, because then you can get possessed Enderman and get guaranteed Ender Pearls. Yeah, this is the whole possession track. Endermite, Enderman, Afrit, which was that unbound circle that we skipped. Phantom, possessed Elder Guardian, possessed Warden. That's new. You do an Ihagans, you have to have Skulk Sensors, and Skulk Shriekers. And it always drops an Echo Shard and can drop other ancient stuff. That is nice. This wasn't here last time I played this mod. Also possessed Gas, Skeleton, Wither Skeleton Skull. Wither Skeleton Skull is Osorin's Unbound Calling, the max level fighting circle, and I think it's the only thing that can be done in that one. You're summoning the Wild Hunt, burning blocks of resources, and it's guaranteed to get Wither Skulls. Yeah. Asoran's Unbound Calling only performs the Wither Skeleton Skull summoning. We have Abras's Commanding Conjure, which is mostly for familiars, but also you get possessed shulkers, elder guardians, and hobgoblins. So yeah, this whole track, which is 1, 2, 3, and then technically 4 up here, allows you to summon mobs to fight them, and also summon familiars for your own uses. This one here is special. Abras's Open Conjure only summons an unbound Afrit, which is how you progress to summoning Afrits, because you need Afrit Essence to make red chalk. So this circle is just a progression step. And then the third track is Binding. So we have Summoning, to summon servants that perform tasks for you. Possession, which summons strengthened mobs with special drops, and also familiars. And then we have Binding. Binding, beginning with Ezevius as the smallest binding circle, can create infused lenses, surprisingly substantial satchel, which is another backpack item, and a whole storage system, and an auto miner. So right off the bat, that is a powerful circle. And there are also 3 more levels of binding circles. Infused Pickaxe is also a progression step. This gives you access to another ore in the Nether that you can only collect with the Infused Pickaxe, or I suppose there's another pickaxe that can do it. Soul Gems are a major item. They allow you to grab mobs in like a Pokeball kind of fashion. I'm really fond of them. Familiar Rings allow you to scoop one of the familiars that you've summoned for yourself and keep the passive buffs as an equipable item, rather than having a creature follow you around that can die. And this dimensional matrix is part of the storage system. And there's another tier of miner, and the mine shaft that the summoned miners use. Afrit Binding goes up to another tier of miner, which I think is new. Harvests ores, occasionally mines deep slate ores, and is generally better at it. Requires an Echo Shard, though, and Crying Obsidian. Whoops, now I'm on another tab. Binding Rituals. Yeah, these are all the objects that you can make for yourself. The Infused Pickaxe gets you Eisnium, which is it's the nether resource I alluded to earlier. This is the Dimensional Mine Shaft and all the summonable miners that can occupy it for free ore generation. The Soul Gem to capture creatures. The Familiar Ring, which is just a Soul Gem in a ring. Otherworld Goggles. Remember 2 days ago when I first opened this book and it mentioned you could have a spirit lend its sight rather than eating Demon's Dream fruit? This is that. The Otherworld Goggles turn your world pink and don't involve scarfing dangerous plants. Then there's the whole magical storage system, the Dimensional Matrix, stable wormhole to access it from anywhere, a remote storage accessor to access from really anywhere, and these things increase the amount of storage in the dimensional storage thing. So this is kind of like a, I forget the name of the mod, the matter energy system, but not requiring power. On spirits. On spirits. Spirits referred to as demons, supernatural entities residing in the other place. They do things. There are 4 types. That was Foliat, Jinn, Afrit, Marid. Repeated here. Greater spirits. That's just the wild hunt for the Wither Skeleton Skull. True names. I think this is just a flavor tab. I don't see anything useful in this tab. The magic storage system. The 4 types of rituals. Summoning, possession, binding, and then familiars, which is a subset of possession. Here's all the summons. Most of these are workers. You can also summon something to change the weather, change the time. I don't know how to use the machine operator. I think he can like run furnaces for you, again in a kind of ME, matter energy system kind of way. Trade spirits for otherworld saplings and other stone. The reason the otherworld sapling trader is good is because he can give you stabilized purple trees. So you plant the purple tree and it's actually a purple tree in the real world. You don't have to eat Demon's Dream to interact with it. Then there are the crushing spirits, which multiply ores. Much better than the alchemy system I have in place. You can summon a parrot, and then you can summon a Drickwing. Drickwing is really nice, because when you upgrade the Drickwing to a familiar, it gives you multi-jump, jump boost, and slow falling. You can basically glide, and I think the multi-jump is like 7 jumps. Add a source of speed onto that, and you can go wherever you want. Here's all the familiars. There are a whole lot of them. Also, there's the demonic partner, which is new to me. I'm going to want to read up on that. You have just a bunch of different familiars to choose from. And I'll be looking into that more as I progress further, but I just want to know what this one does. Demon Spouse. No demon will freely admit this, but at times they're impressed by mortals and fall in love. What better contract than a marriage contract? The demonic partner, husband or wife, can fight for you and help with household chores. You can right-click them with cookable food and they'll cook it. You can right-click them with a potion to boost the potion duration. The partner is obviously not a familiar. They can't be stored in a familiar ring, but you can use a soul gem because they're still beings. So you have the demon wife. What a model that is. It just looks like a person. They didn't go crazy with it. I certainly approve. And then, okay, the demonic husband is a little bit more of a wild guy there, kind of a flying imp thing. And the difference is the wife requires a diamond and the husband requires the emerald. The rituals are otherwise the same. So that's something new. The other familiars all have their own functions and features, like the greedy familiar functions as basically a magnet ring, especially if you bind it into the familiar ring. But it can also, I think it also has a mechanism for finding ores. The Guardian is a bunch of extra lives, but is usually summoned incomplete, so it doesn't have the maximum number of extra lives possible. Fairy heals other familiars. There's just a lot of functions. Some of them are combat-based, some of them utilitarian. Blacksmith is uniquely utilitarian in that it buffs every other familiar, but you have to feed it iron for it to do so. So we've looked at the pentacles, we've looked at the familiars, we've glanced at the binding, we've looked at the possession options, and we've looked at the summoning. So we've been through this whole book at this point. So what I need to do right now is figure out how I'm building this area. And what I usually do is split off into 3 different directions. And just build like the level 1 pentacle, then the 2, then the 3, then the 4, in a straight line, in one line going this way, one line going this way, and a third line going this way. Our break spell will certainly make that a little bit faster. So I have our 3-block wide entrance hall into a 5x5 room. This is ordinary cobblestone. How did that happen? I must have just mined it. I'm not a fool. I'm paying attention. And then each of these side rooms will begin with doorways. I don't normally do it this way. I normally cut the various pentacle rooms as I need them. Instead of blasting a huge cavern and modifying it later. But it's been a while, so I needed a different way to visualize how things were going to happen. This is all dark here, so I'm going to want the regular cobblestone in the inner corners here, so I don't use the... And it's all cobblestone, so it doesn't really matter. There, I got a light there. This looks kind of nice. I'm planning on filling in these corner areas. But right now, all I need to do is pick which way is which. And we're going to go do that with signs. don't have any signs in here already. A bunch of sign options, including hanging signs if I'd only stolen some chain back when we were dealing with the oh geez, actually these cost logs, so maybe that's not that great. Normal signs only cost planks. Why do the hanging signs cost entire and specifically stripped logs? That's a little silly. Also, you can get bamboo planks out of blocks of bamboo. Interesting. What? Something in the area is attacking that ferry. Or got attacked by it. I'm just glad we don't have to deal with that yet. That kind of crap is not yet our problem. Anyway, let's just use spruce, since that's what we seem to have the most of on hand. Three spruce signs will be perfect. Possession and familiars. This being the doorway that ends up with a lot of fighting going on, it's gonna need a door. The others won't really need doors. That can be binding, making this summoning. If this is the beginning of the summoning track, we're going to need to place an Aviar's circle. Here. This is always the slowest part. I could, of course, speed it up. This projectile spell staff is beginning to break down. We only have 9 shots left in it. Also, I'm seeing grass and mossy cobble. So we're basically looking at the surface at this point. I thought it was deep enough, but apparently not. we're gonna break our way out of the mountain at this rate. And just... well, we'll cross that when I get to it. I'm committed to this depth. We'll just build walls. Huh. My, holding the spell in my hand, particles look different for some reason. They weren't plummeting straight down before. I wonder if that's because I have this thing rendered. Anyway, we're going to need more decorative blocks. So I'm using these cobblestone blocks for negative space. Oops, there goes my pick. Get that fixed. Yeah, I'm using these for negative space where ritual markings and objects will not be. This means I also need a block type for where ritual markings will be. Also, of course, walls. Don't want to go too hard on this wall because I'm going to make another circle beyond it. This will be the border between this circle and the next one. That's fine. I'll put up some corner lights. That light needs to be there still temporarily until I get a ceiling light in place. Which I guess I could just do. Actually, not really. I'm basically out of this. Nope, just barely reached it. So we need the golden sacrificial bowl, 4 candles of any color, that's why they're cycling colors. This can be Minecraft candles, or it can be occultism candles, which are chunkier, look better, and are honestly much cheaper. But I also want more decorative blocks for these runic ritual paraphernalia spaces. Kind of like this, actually. But not that square specifically. Also, flat cobblestone tiles. I'm using the same block again for negative space. I guess I just like that block for negative space. garden needs replanting soon. Using andesite would kind of be poetic, but I need it. I'm just going to stick with more cobble. So a cobble tile that ritual mark goes on would look like kind of like that if it wasn't connected texture. I could use that. Or, honestly, I could just use polished deep slate. I think that's going to be the way to go here. Anyway, 4 candles, which is tallow and string. The sacrificial bowls are just boats made of other stone. And the gold one is literally surrounded with gold. So this should allow us to build the bare minimum for our circle. Except for the chalk part. I have completely neglected the ritual chalk. Which is, mind you, a completely different chalk from the Man and Artifice chalk we used to make spells with yesterday. Spell. Used to make spell with. Singular. There's our 4 candles. There's the bowl. And now we need white chalk. Which is made with burnt other stone and otherworld ashes. Burnt other stone is smelt other stone. Otherworld ashes, just throw otherworld wood into the fire. Also, check out our blood supply. 9 buckets worth? Not bad. Oh wait, hold off on that. Why was I making those again? I don't remember why I was making a bunch of power gems. What I do need to put in here is an iron block. That will get us to progression into later Evilcraft. higher tier stuff. We'll smelt the other stone. Burn the wood. I may have made too many doors. I may have made far too many doors. Now, let's finally make that spell book. That'll be nice. Okay, a bunch of loud, spooky underground noises, which I am not at all a fan of. Mostly because it implies that we have spooky underground zones. Just hanging around underneath our home somewhere. Get that repaired. Can we repair this from what? Nope, that won't go in there. Repair this. Yes, Tetra will let us do that. I didn't expect that would work, but I'm appreciative that it does. This might repair that way also, but let's not risk it. Remember, the drawback of using this thing is that it could apply curses. We have these. Alright, the Iron Promise Acceptor. Another thing that will be important later. That's a step toward progressing in Evilcraft. Now we have a Burnt Otherstone, 2 Impure White Chalk. Now the thing is, the more advanced chalks are made from white chalk. So this red chalk provides the Afrit Essence, which we saw earlier as a later pentacle to get that, and also Blaze Powder, so that's post-nether. Golden chalk is glowstone and gold dust. You get gold dust from summoning a crusher and having him crush gold ore. Then purple chalk is made from crushed obsidian and crushed endstone. Very odd to require crushed endstone long before you should be anywhere near the end. But that's what the possession rituals are for, specifically the possessed endermite. So right now we have 2 impure white chalk, which is all we need at the moment. So I'm going to take these white chalk and throw them into the fire, which purifies them and makes them actually usable. Also going to need a double chest. Just better store occultism materials down there with the occultism place. This is floor. I need more wall. The wall was tiny brick bordered. And the dirt we are stashing in here. Got plenty of cobbled deep slate for more polished when that comes up. Also, our magic level is up to 21. Didn't it require 30 for one of the achievements? It does not matter which glyph goes where, and I'm honestly very thankful that these glyphs no longer constantly cycle. They just stay on a default thing. It was an eyesore when they cycled. No. There we go. Put the chalk in there. I'll put our building blocks in here. Okay. So we've drawn Aviar's circle in its most basic state. And kind of need to finish the room itself, but that's another concern. What is Aviar's circle for? Well, summoning Foliots. Most pressingly, the Foliot Crusher. This allows us to double ores without spending tons of raw copper on alchemical reagents, completely invalidating, well, almost completely invalidating, the other mod that does the alchemical thing that I built underneath the warehouse. Just going there to illustrate the point. So this entire setup was able to double one ore at the cost of 2 additional stacks of an undesired ore. And now I'm going to be able to do the same thing for ridiculously cheaper. Theurgy is completely obsolete now. So, how do we summon our Foliot? Well, we need 4 offerings and a book. The 4 offerings will require 4 sacrificial bowls in the area. So that's more other stone. And I'm going to take basically everything occultism related, because it can go downstairs in that area now. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. And the offerings: raw iron, raw gold, raw copper, raw silver. Iron, gold, silver, copper. There's also the book, of course, but I'll do that in a moment. Heck, it may be a good idea to move the purple fire down here. Wouldn't that look nice? Just get another rack here, and another rack here. Have a couple of purple fires here in the main chamber. Maybe a crafting table here. Anyway, 4 sacrificial bowls. And as we saw from the book earlier, it doesn't matter where they go. It'd have to be somewhere near the golden bowl. I could have put them in these blocks in a strange spiral formation. I could have put them in these extreme corners. It doesn't really matter. Our 4 offerings go in the bowls in, frankly, any order. It's just that all 4 have to be present. And then the last thing is this book. The Book of Binding was what we needed all the ink for, the feathers, and the taboo books. And, I'm suddenly concerned that I may not be able to make the books. Well, we have books. So just for starters, I'll cook all this stuff. Dye to purified ink. Feathers to shiny feathers. Books to taboo books. We'll combine them to save space. Do Book of Binding gray, and that didn't save a thing. I was hoping they would stack. The last thing I'm going to need is some bones. Exactly that many bones. For exactly that much bone meal, or exactly that much white dye. Now these Book of Bindings become Book of Bindings of the Foliot level. But they don't have spirit names in them yet. Oh. I'm forgetting things. 2 netherrack. And 2 dream fruit. Wait, I have all my dream fruit. 2 dream fruit. Burn those fruits for more permanent spirit fire. That looks nice. Put the other stone down here. A crafting table right there. That's fine. Tallow and other wood. Otherworld wood's only use is to burn in there. to create the powder. It's otherwise basically counts as a log. And I don't even think it has planks. Yeah, it doesn't even have a plank variant. I'm going to be weird again and go right back upstairs. In order for this Foliot guide to be functional, we're going to need some other things as well. I'm going to say a couple of arrows. Two more signs. And there are some other concerns as well. Basically, when we summon the Foliot Crusher, he will collect any dropped raw ores, happily smash them into dusts, and then leave the dusts all over the ground. This obviously is not ideal. So to prevent him from making a mess for no good reason, we're also going to need a transporter and a janitor. The janitor will pick up dropped items, and the transporter will hand our crusher ores from an input box we designate. Which is why I made the 3 books. So we're also going to need more offerings. Minecart, hopper, chest, dispenser. For dispenser, I know I have some bows kicking around. That also takes 1 redstone. Dispenser. And then the janitor is dispenser, hopper, chest, chalk brush. I'm out of bow, which is fine. Bows are cheap. Get the redstone. Redstone, bow, cobblestone. For the dispenser. Make the chest. Need a minecart. And we need a chalk brush, which is planks, wool, and a string. Take 1 string, 2 wool, and we'll just burn some of our spruce planks. Now we are finally ready. Time to summon a small workforce. Or possibly a task force. Or not. Let's go get a door. Nope. Pumpkin grew just in time for me to kick it. These poisonous libels are a price of having Evilcraft installed. They're basically useless unless you like poison. However, they can bite you and inflict poison. Okay. Hopper. Chest. Dispenser. And we want the janitor first. He needs to be ready. We'll take our Book of Binding, combine it with our Dictionary of Spirits, and this writes a name into the book. His name is apparently Sigurwin Thorn. There are a lot of available names. They're randomly generated, kind of, from a list somewhere in the mod file. There's a lot. They have no significance. Sigur Whippity-Woo is going to be our janitor. So this summoning circle has to process, and I kind of have to be here because I need to catch the control book that pops out. I'm a big fan of this mod, but the one thing I don't like about it is how long these rituals take. Hello there. You look very different from what I remember. Anyway, Senior Whipple. We're going to set your base location basically here. And then your deposit location is the output barrel. And we'll leave your book in there. Next up we need the Crusher. The Crusher needs a name. His name is Ket Kilborn. Now I can leave, because when the control book appears, if it doesn't pop directly into my inventory, which maybe it will, I don't know. But if that doesn't happen, then the janitor will collect it and put it in the box, in the barrel. Although, frankly, I don't know what else I'm going to go do while that's happening. More poison libel. These are supposed to be swamp creatures. Where they're coming from and how they're getting all the way to me, I have no idea. We'll plant some beetroot. Just because I don't have a lot of beetroot. The Ore Crusher has been summoned. So his command book should be down there, and he will also be down there. The other thing he's going to need is something to do. So we'll just get him a stack of... Well, I'll bring all this stuff with me. They should keep him busy. So, has our janitor put the book in the box? No. Because he's operating on a whitelist, and there's nothing in the whitelist. So it did spawn... Actually, I don't think Crushers get a control book. But at least we now have this guy operating on no blacklist. This will be a problem later. We'll have to fix him in the future. But for now, that's acceptable. Now, as for Kettleborn over here, just nudge him a bit and give him all this iron to start. Get to work. While he's working, we will summon the last guy, the Transporter, whose name is Marn Warmth. And you just saw the janitor grab a dust and stick it in there. So he's doing his job. There, see? He scoops the iron dust and puts it away. Kind of has an iron dust graphic floating behind his shoulder, though, which is a little odd. No reason for that to be there, and it's gone now. So it's some kind of glitch in how he's rendered. This guy shows what he's holding in his hand. He also has this essence decay thing. Oh, and I got the transporter book. Here's the fully out transporter. And what you are going to do is have a whitelist. And you are going to deposit into Kukulabor. Your extraction point is the input chest. white list will be composed of iron, copper, silver, and gold. That is a whitelist. And that's it. Now when this guy's finished with his iron, this guy will grab more ores out of his barrel and give them to him for further processing. All I have to worry about is the dusts themselves. Also, I may have to worry about this essence decay thing. Last I knew, only the Foliot Crusher has essence decay, and when it hits 100%, he dies. It takes a long time to happen. I really don't expect I'll need to replace him before he dies. I shouldn't have to summon another Foliot, I'll put it that way. Pretty sure that, give me this. I'm reasonably certain that I will have an upgraded version before I need to replace him. I don't remember breaking these leaf blocks. That's not an important thing to notice, it's just a little weird. This is just not going to grow. So anyway, my ore started blasting. That's our first taste of occultism. We now have ore doubling that just takes a while, but is otherwise pretty free. I can take down the rest of my iron to have him crush that, this silver, this gold, and sure, also some more of the copper. Getting all this stuff processed is really going to be nice. Throw these all in the input chest. I'm a little concerned that this guy isn't, actually refilling this guy's iron stock. Does he have to extract from the top of the barrel? That shouldn't be necessary. Barrels aren't particularly sided. gives them to this guy. So that should be set up, and I don't know why he isn't. It used to be. In previous versions, when these guys looked different, that this instruction set would cause this guy to grab available iron and walk right over here and stand right next to this guy and keep his inventory, keep his hand full of iron. But apparently he's now waiting. Let me grab all these down to just one. We'll make sure this guy actually does his job when that one iron piece runs out. So when the janitor moves, we'll know. His hands are empty. And this guy isn't doing a thing. What if we empty that and make him a blacklist? That didn't help either. He's just not functioning. I don't get it. He's supposed to extract from the barrel and deposit on this guy. But he's not doing a darn thing. Does the barrel have to be a chest? Is my next question. It does have to be a chest. So now he's off and running in exactly the way I predicted. He's holding onto that stack of iron and refilling this guy's hands with iron as soon as he empties them. Why that has to be a chest and a barrel won't do it, I couldn't tell you. But now we have automatic ore crushing, which is just fabulous. Which means we have iron rolling again, and we can keep our tools in good repair. All is well. Half stack of diamonds is nice to have too. So, next steps, probably more occultism. We've got this set up with the basic crusher. I could get a lumberjack on the tree situation, but honestly our wood business is doing pretty good. Weather and Time, don't need it. Basically, I don't need any summoning right now. Possession or Binding then is the next step. And having the goggles, the pickaxe, the soul gem especially, and maybe also the satchel, because who can't use even more inventory space? Maybe we could get rid of one of our backpacks. Because this doesn't cost much. It's 2 leather, a chest, a string, silver, and a book. And when we get it, I show you how much space it has, you'll see that that's very cheap indeed. The soul gem requires soul sand, so you might have to think about getting to the nether. The infused pickaxe is Strigiar's higher binding, so that's a level... That's a Jin, so that's a 2nd level binding circle. Also requires a spirit attuned pickaxe head, which is 3 diamonds. And then this is just permanent 3rd eye. Maybe we don't actually need that. What we do need is to get into summoning, or possession. With Hedron's Lure. Hedron's Lure is gold chalk. This is the main reason we have the crusher. Not just to double ores, but also to produce gold dust. So I guess I can't go any further with this until we have all that ore processed and we have plenty of gold dust. So that's going back in there for now. Instead we can look at our Iron Promise Acceptor and what that does. It combines with a Bowl of Promises, a Spider Eye, and makes a Promise of Tenacity. This is just a straight tier upgrade for the blood thing over there. So let's get that Spider Eye. And we have some other concerns as well. Because the Bowl of Promises is a Dust Bowl of Promises, Crushed Dark Gem, Bowl of Empty Promises, 3 Power Gems. And guess what? We are out of blood. So how are the squishy trees doing? Oh, look at all these eggs. We have so many eggs, they are overflowing into other sections of the spruce drawers. Not a bad problem to have. 12 buckets of blood just sitting in there, and more full buckets worth in these stains around the border. That's pretty impressive. That's a lot of red stuff. I just wanted to move that further against the wall so I stopped bumping into it. It was awkwardly placed. Here's our power gems. Which makes a bowl of empty promises, which we fill with gem dust. And this dusted bowl goes into the blood infuser to be filled. This is a tricky step. In some versions of the mod, there's a bug here. Because when this bowl is filled, the way the recipe works is it's supposed to be filled at the highest tier that the machine is. So we have no tier upgrades, therefore the dusted bowl will become a tier 0 bowl of promises. And once we get the iron promise of tenacity in here, it'll become a tier 1 machine, and therefore it's supposed to up to fill the bowl as a tier 1 bowl. It doesn't always do that. So here's our promise of tenacity 1. Still have all the same blood, it's just a higher maximum now. So I didn't lose blood from the machine, it's still all there. So to immediately test whether the bowl works properly, let's throw this in here and see if we get a tier 0 or a tier 1 bowl of promises. It's not working. Because it costs 5,000 blood. We don't quite have enough. I don't remember it costing 5,000 blood to do that. It used to be much cheaper. This is going to be a lot of blood to lose if it doesn't work properly. But we'll let that process. Scoop these buckets worth of blood off the ground. I still need to get more dirt blocks here to make that look better. Anyway, plenty of blood in the extractor now. Wait a minute. This is closed again? Can I get the night vision buff again? That broke it. Now use the bigger one. Night vision. And new friends. Knife. Step right up, get knifed. So yeah, I can open this again and get the night vision buff again. Not bad. All it costs is drawing some symbols and a little bit of mana. Also, the Chimerite Mana Weaver's Wand does not break. And yes, I just murdered all the chickens. I was planning on putting them back. Oh, that's a lot of chickens. Get in there. That should be enough. I don't know, we'll keep this on hotbar so I can fill my machines. How's that bowl of promises doing? It's a tier 1 bowl. No problems. Now the tier 1 bowl is used with a gold promise acceptor and an ender pearl. Take the promise 2. There's also the promise of productivity, which improves blood efficiency, and the promise of velocity, which makes the machine faster. Both of these are iron blocks, and also lapis and other things. Let's see how our crushers are doing. Have we gotten to gold yet? Nope, still on iron. Still have a whole stack of iron in there. He's down to 12 iron, and Crusher here still has a full stack. So things are basically going pretty well. We still need to wait for gold until we can go any further with that. How about this? Patch a pouch, make a broom, make a crystal. Mana crystal, I guess, would be kind of nice, but God, the price. That's almost a full stack of Chimerite to make that. I have 20. I could make a crystal fragment. They're not bad. Active set bonus. What do I have for blue dust? Enough. That's what we're doing. What are they called? Mage robes. Here we go. Mage, space. That doesn't help. Hood, robes, leggings, boots. So let's count what we need. 1 thread per, and then the number of silk changes. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 infused silk. 12 wool, 12 string, 12 foci, 12 mystic focus. 12 wool, 12 string, 12 mystic focus involves 12 glass. And it also involves a bunch of iron nuggets. Wait a minute. I'm forgetting something. Each infused thread begins with an infused silk. So that's actually 16. I might need more charcoal. Never mind, that's ridiculous. I have more charcoal. It's just all down here. One of those stacks can stay. Maybe I'll come back down here for some transmutation later. But in terms of just simple resource duplication, it's not worth it. And we finally have enough iron to not carry all our iron around with us. 17, 16... That is not enough focus. That is enough focus. And drilling down. Wait, I went too far. Have to draw a square. So, wool, string, focus. Get our Chimerite wand, set it to square. And now I can just say, do it again. Which costs mana. But we don't have to draw anymore or mess around with our inventory. Now these four need to become the infused thread. Which we draw an upleft fish. So one of these, Adnecto. And there's our infused thread. There's the rest of our infused thread. The last ingredients we need are runes. Runes of defense. Runes with defense are banged out on the anvil using a rune pattern of defense, which involves some other steps as well. So we have to make an unfired rune plate by putting clay around a glyph. Can it be a blank glyph, or do I have to dye it? It has to be a colored glyph. Black glyph, clay, unfired, runeforged to fire it. It has to be a runeforged to fire it. It can't just go in a furnace. Now we have a rune pattern. What next? Next is a bunch of sticks and iron and things. Because we need a runesmith's hammer and a runesmith's chisel. So we just coated some iron in Vintium. We're going to fire that. We're also going to need 4 more of that, but later. In this case, not all that much later. I'd just rather cook the 4, work with it, and then have 4 cooking while I'm doing that. While that's cooking, is there anything we can do magically? Yeah, gonna need that later. It's the tagline of modded Minecraft. Always will be. I want a transmute spell, but I need better shapes for that to be useful. Because why projectile transmute when I can just use my Mana Weaver's wand to transmute and not have to make a spell out of it? Arrow noise? Hello? Well, there's that thing flying away. I guess I don't get to see what the arrow was, just like I don't get to see what the boom was the other day. Lots of mysteries. Lots of mysteries that will have to remain unsolved. That's still cooking. We've got materials. How many sticks? Just 4 sticks. We're also slowly reaching the point where I really need to go to the Nether and can't put that off any longer. But we're going to keep putting it off. You made the arrow noise. What were you shooting? Reveal your secrets. He's got 45 health, so we're just going to leave him alone with our iron sword and leather armor self. The cook is done. I'll put on the next one as we make our hammer and chisel. here at the rune scribing table, along with that rune pattern. And this is another process that I like to have golems doing for me. That's obviously not exactly feasible right this second, so we're going to be doing this by hand. And what that means is the book that I leave here and should know not to go looking for. Need runesmithing, need runes of defense. Runes of defense look like this. And that little pattern I can now refer to. We have to click every one of these bridges individually to draw that shape. It is possible to fill in a chip if a mistake is made, but it's simply better to don't. There's our rune pattern defense. At one time, meaning basically the last time I played this mod, I had most of these rune patterns memorized. I did not need to refer to them to know what to do. That's our rune pattern defense, and it goes on the anvil. Need this to finish cooking. And we're going to need our hammer. Yeah, the micro-crafting is crazy. The memorization is useful, but honestly, programming a golem to do it for me is the biggest flex and makes it so much simpler. Speaking of which, oh no, never mind, the cook is done. Except it isn't, because we have to cook it again. Double cook. Because the Vintium has to be superheated to use. I'm going to need a lodestar. Made with arcane stone. How do you arcane stone? You transmute normal stone. And a patterning prism, which is more chimerite and silver. Oh, our superheating is done. We'll just casually carry around these superheated Vintium ingots. I'm sure it's fine. That goes on the anvil. Anvil is ready. Commence banging. That is one rune. I need 3 more. It's also worth noting that the rune pattern is now damaged. You can only get 4 runes out of a single pattern before it breaks. They cannot be repaired, only replaced. Actually, maybe they can be repaired with Evilcraft shenaniganry. Maybe I could put it in a blood chest and have it fixed up that way. But that would kind of be a waste of blood. They're intended to be replaced. Mana and Artifice itself does not have a way to repair them. So now we have, finally, all the ingredients needed to make our mage armor. So this starts with the hood, 2 silk, and triangle diamond. So defense, thread, 2 silk, triangle, diamond. The next part, the robes, is 5 silk, square diamond. Moon, thread, I have to be very careful not to right-click the altar with an empty hand after I've crafted it, because that's the command to instantly recraft and burn all those resources on a copy of an armor piece that by definition I will already have. Enderman noise. Anyway, leggings are 3 silk, invert triangle, diamond. It's a very helpful feature most of the time, but for high-value single crafts that use all the same materials like this, it can catch you if you accidentally double-click. Square, square, diamond to make the boots. I have actually never had that happen to me, but it can happen if you're not careful. Now we go from leather to wizard robes, which looks suspiciously like the Thaumcraft robes. Actually, I want to keep that one. My old armor can go into the trash can. At least 3. Actually, at least 4. And that's just off the top of my head. I know there's more than that. Okay, I'm going to verify there's nothing else useful I can do with this. Exactly, that is the voice of experience. Electroblobs had purple pointy wizard hat, blue pointy wizard hat, and not just blue, but in at least 6 colors. You had your pointy wizard hat and a full set of robes. Thaumcraft had one of the original purple robes. This M&A mod's predecessor had this, but in brown, just a leather brown, and it was actually a bit classier looking than this. And then there's also Ars Nouveau, which has another at least 3 robe sets, each of which has 3 different color schemes, and they all have much more intricate inlay to signify the level of power that they have. Anyway, I was looking at this, so I need to keep at least 1 rotten flesh to make one of those someday. We're just going to skip over that. Blood infuser can use blood to make leather. 375 is kind of a high blood cost. And if I go up to the gold tier, then it makes spider eyes instead, which is not something I want to happen. I don't see myself ever needing that many spider eyes. Leather is just better as far as uses for rotten flesh goes. You can sell rotten flesh to a cleric. It goes into smite runes. And you can turn 6 rot flesh into 3 leather with a bone ash and a circle. It also goes into possess Enderman. And we don't need Dusk Spirit. Dusk Spirit is a summoning recipe that just turns at night. So with all that in mind, some of the rotten flesh needs to stay, and the rest of this rotten flesh needs to go right in here. Half of it. I also need a book. This book needs to be infused with blood as soon as possible. We're making leather. Now if I only had a way to make string. How much blood does the book cost? I never checked on that. Less than the leather. Anyway, you have the bloody book now. And give me all that blood. Put some in there. Put that back. So we have leather pants with mending and a bloody book. In here goes the book. In here go the pants. Now we have unenchanted leather pants and a mending book. Never underestimate a mod that can strip enchantments and put them on books. It is a huge power to be able to salvage enchantments from otherwise garbage items. Dirt, gravel. I, in fact, can. Later. I can show you the recipe, though. And it's going to look weird. That's the recipe. A golem has to do it. I have to have a golem with grabber arms, a grindstone, and I command the golem to grind it. But yeah, can't do that yet. It's on my to-do list. This guy's still grinding away. He's on gold now. And we have some iron waiting in the wings. Look at all this iron. And gold. Some of this gold is going to have to go into golden chalk, so we can progress occultism. Iron and more iron. Plenty of iron now. There's the glass. Let's put more iron dust in here. Blast that later. Again later. And I need to go back downstairs and get some more other stone and other wood. I also need to plant these, or do something with them anyway. Blast the wood into ashes. Cook the stone. We're going for golden chalk, which is impure white glowstone and gold dust. So get that ready. And it might actually be time to start making a stone golem. I don't know what I want him to do, but there's nothing wrong with having more golems knocking around. I don't think I could make him runesmith yet, because that requires a smart head, and that gets tricky. There's always the elemental motes, which I hate. Elemental motes are hands down the worst part of Mana and Artifice. Worse even than runesmithing. Because to perform this, you have to do a ritual that burns ingredients in a specific location. They're irritating. And they never really get easier. I have tried. I have really tried to automate some of the tough parts of this. Rote progress, though. If I could make a study desk, I could finally make use of these torn pages. A candle. Specifically a Minecraft candle. I can't use occultism tallow for this. I'm gonna have to go play with bees. And that's what makes this one difficult. Well, we'll get our chalk. We'll make it gold. Purify it. Have our brain completely shut down as I forget what I was about to do. Hey, look, iron. A distraction. Aha. We need to go and get the occult book. Which is here. So this is all to make Hedron's lure, which is gold. Gold chalk, white chalk, and what looks like 8 candles. Hang on. That's also going to require 8 gold. And probably some other things I haven't thought of just yet. That's okay, it's all part of my process. Running back and forth with my head cut off because I don't have all the resources I need. Get our wall and floor blocks, our room location blocks, make the candles, and there's zombie noises going on. Why? That must be up on the surface. So we need to make Hedron's lure, which is kinda wide from the things. Check back here. Yeah, 1 space away from the door. So we dig 2 more blocks in. And place here. Yeah, that's where we want the circle. Let's get my blasting wand and prepare to make mistakes with it. No, we haven't opened up the surface yet. Okay, it's fine that we've cut into that. That's nothing. Also, the janitor is very concerned with what we're doing. He's trying to come pick up loose blocks in this area that he can't get to. Normally I set the Foliant Janitor to a very narrow whitelist, but that requires having access to all the things that we want to whitelist for him. You can't set a whitelist without samples. So that's why instead I have a door here. The door keeps him from getting underfoot and putting things in his output chest that don't need to be there. So we have a polished deep slate, which is our block for where ritual objects go, chalk markers and the like. Now I need some kind of pickaxe that doesn't concern itself with durability. But I don't think I put anything like that in this mod set. Stone bowl, gold mining. Golden chalk. And white chalk. These chalks are another thing that's meant to be disposable and not repaired. I would certainly prefer to repair them, but I don't know if it can be done. Oh, they can be enchanted with mending. That might be overkill. Telekinetic retrieval? What? I have no idea what that enchantment is or does. Iron. Gotta love iron. this should probably get filled in. Whoops, get off the broom. This also needs filler blocks. Lots of filler blocks. It's sloppy, but it's good enough for now. We'll fix the rest of it later. Purpose of this particular circle, for now anyway, is to make possessed endermites. 2 dirt, 2 stone, and an egg to sacrifice will get us end stone. That is indeed something that sometimes happens. Aesthetics are just not on my priority list, so sometimes they simply go forgotten. I always want to do things rather than making with the pretty. So that's dirt. I also need stone, cooked stone. Eight and 8 means 4 eggs. But it's also going to mean 4 books. Yeah, speaking of never being touched aesthetically again, this warehouse still doesn't have a roof. It just kind of rains in here. fully autonomous. 4 of these. 4 of these. I wonder if I planted sugarcane in the farm area, if my little harvester boy would take care of it. Given how ugly the farm looks now, certainly no harm in trying. A resilient block of farmland. There we go. Well, he's useless. Wait. I can work with this, but I'd have to reprogram him. Because he's programmed to harvest at this height, if I changed his program, or if I dug down a block, then I could get him to harvest only, like, I could get him to leave that and only harvest the second block up. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to fix this farm. This is suddenly a priority. In addition to all this, we're going to dig all this. This will have to be water. Wait. That is not correct. But now we have company. And I'm in a lake. Yeah. Come on back. I can time critical hits against you sometimes. He's on the roof. And my inventory is too full. I need to stop falling in that pond. Come on, get over here. Quit distracting me. Knife. Okay, so I messed this up. Grab all that water back. And we're one dirt short. Which will put all the dirt back. There we go. Water goes here. This is now the sugarcane farm. I can just use that block. And then this block. Might want to get that block. Don't make me go take a nap. I'm getting tired of this. Alright, I missed the both. I am done with the rain and the dark and the problems. I just need this rune. Yeah, be on fire. Get out of here. We'll start with that corner. We're modifying his farming instructions. That's his deposit chest. This is his cleanup range. Z45. Let's not change his cleanup range. His cleanup range is probably fine. It's the harvesting range that we need to increase. So we'll begin at that first block we placed. And we'll end at this block. And what I expect will become a problem is that his item pickup range for the collecting phase will not go down into this pit. So if there's a problem with this setup, that's what it'll be. So maybe I should also expand his pickup range to be from 1 block too high all the way to a block too low. There you go, item collection range from slightly too high blank the rune to slightly too low, because the selection area should be three-dimensional. And with that, we kind of fix the farm for some values of fix. The next obvious problem this will cause is when this row gets harvested, the pumpkins and melons can grow backwards and will smash that farmland. But I am willing to deal with that. Anyway, all that was so we could do books. We're going to need more dirt because I put all the dirt away. Don't need the buckets. Don't need the phantom membrane. Cook these things. And I need more bones for the bone meal. Only 12, 16. So one more bone minimum. One more bone minimum. And I'm not carrying the guidebook, which I will need. Why did I put that away? When did I put that away? Did I even put it away? Where did it go? Must be down here. No. My dictionary of spirits has gone AWOL. I have got 4 Foliant books that I cannot give names to because my book is missing. There it is. Why is it there? Couldn't tell you. Well, while we're up here, I'm also 4 dirt short. 8, 8, and 4. Only 4 sacrificial bowls. And we are ready. Two dirt. 2 stone. Write a name into this book. Begin the summoning. And that looks different, doesn't it? Instead of the purple particles of a successful summon, we have gray. This is because it's waiting for me to do something. This is that item to use, egg. So we have all this magic in place, and we throw an egg. Explicitly, lore-wise, pretending that we're throwing an ender pearl. This fools an endermite that we are now going to vacuum into being from beyond space and time. There it is. And we get 1 piece of endstone. Haven't even gone to the nether yet. Already have endstone. Put another name into our book. Throw another egg. Possess endermite number 2. For another piece of endstone. And we do it all again. inscribe the name, begin the calling, throw the egg. It made a chicken, and the ritual doesn't care. It's still underway. We get all this and a free chicken too. Two endstone. Yeah, I gotta keep that chicken kicking around. Because we're gonna need him for sacrifices at some point. The chicken will be needed later. Oops. Do that. Get our floor block. Yeah, in addition to some rituals requiring an item to be used, like throwing the egg, some rituals also require sacrifice. In particular, I think parrot summoning may require a chicken sacrifice. It might not be parrot summoning. Begin calling, throw the egg. While that processes, didn't leave the doors down here. More endstone. Does require the chicken. Is it something here in Hedron's lure? Possessed skeleton, sacrifice a chicken. Possessed phantom, sacrifice something that flies. LA, bat, bee, or parrot. And there's all these familiars that are available here as well. Beaver familiar, increased wood break speed. And it'll automatically chop nearby trees if they grow up in its vicinity. Deer familiar provides a jump boost, and when upgraded by a blacksmith familiar, it will attack nearby enemies with a hammer. This cute little deer will attack enemies with a hammer. Well, okay then. The blacksmith familiar repairs equipment while mining and upgrades other familiars. So whenever the player picks up stone, there's a chance for the blacksmith to repair their equipment a little bit. To upgrade other familiars, the blacksmith needs to be given iron ingots or blocks by right-clicking it, and it upgrades other familiars that you have currently running around. Now the greedy familiar picks up items and has increased pickup range. When upgraded, it can find blocks for its master. You can right-click it with a block to tell it what to look for. So I was right about it having a block search function. Anyway, we have 6 end stone now. Which I'm going to put in the box here. You can crush the end stone, well, immediately. Whenever you're done with whatever you're on. I guess that stack of copper. I don't think copper should be a priority. Go get something else. The end stone, perfect. So you're crushing gold, which you're almost done with. Oh, that's nice. Look at all that gold. And iron. Marvelous things are happening here. The Otherworld sapling trader. Oak, birch, spruce, jungle. I don't think I got enough jungle saplings when we were way out in the boonies. At least it's not an acacia sapling. Yeah, I have 1 jungle sapling. That's a bit of a problem. Got a lot of harvesting speed increase on this axe, can't you tell? Actually, it is kind of easy to tell. That progress bar is really moving for how big this tree is. Maybe I should not be so mocking. Plant some of these special trees. Spruce, oak, birch, jungle. And I can't make a book with a name because we have no leather. Fortunately, I had a lot of leather processing over here. Bingo. 27 leather. I'm just plotting. Plotting and being mysterious. Cook up our gray book ingredients. I'm going to want another one of those. Two gray books. Scribe them both with white ink. Give them names. So the first thing I'm going to do is summon the Otherworld Tree Trader. And wonder what that boom was. There's our endstone, we need that. And the crushing is really proceeding apace. They are going to town on us. He looks like a mobster. Oh, and he's holding open his coat like, you want to buy a watch? You want to buy a tree? Yeah, convert those for me. He's working on it. The Trader's Decay. Trader's Decay as well. And the Time Spears decay really fast. But I pretty much only need these guys for this guy for these 4 trees, I expect. At least I hope so. If I ever have to summon this guy again, I'm gonna have to go all the way to the jungle to get more saplings for him. This is such a great model, though. This coat open like, hey man, I got the stuff. I got the trees. Anyway, there's my 4 saplings. I have crushed endstone to make purple chalk. That won't help until we also get obsidian. Would you believe I don't have obsidian yet? And now for our friend the chicken. 1, 2, 3, 4 bones. Begin the calling. And execute the chicken. Which I can't catch. Death. Now this is what this door is for. So I can watch this from safety. I should probably put glass somewhere around here for a better view, because this door is not great. I got 2 back out of the 4 bones I used, and a skull. The skull can be used to make a wand, it can make a trophy. It can be converted to bones. That's fascinating. Staff, a skull cap for brooms. But really I have it because it can be used to summon the Wild Hunt. And it also goes in candle slots in some rituals. So, this is only the beginning of my skull collection. More are coming. That tree has grown. This tree is not a normal oak. It is an occult tree. I'm not sorry. Aha! The sugarcane thing worked. Unless he just harvested that farmland. There's more than 4 in here. The sugarcane thing is working. That's not where I thought I was standing. Because these are magic trees. I'm not looking forward to running out of Otherworld wood. It's also kind of a good idea to grab as many more saplings as I possibly can before my Otherworld tree trader in the basement expires. Since I'd rather quickly harvest all this and deal with him in a timely manner than go all the way to the jungle again. Also, how is my sound balance today? I changed some settings around, and I think it just allowed me to be the same with different settings. Like, the numbers on the back end are all different, but I'm pretty sure my sound balance is still the same. Alright. Mister, would you like to buy a tree? No, I did not want the janitor to get that one. Good, because he didn't. There you go. Have all those saplings, and please get out of that corner. Whatever. The janitor will do his job. I need to plant these trees. Which means I'll need space to plant those trees. That was a long chop for such a small tree. Probably because my axe is broken. Whoops. And there we go. Stable purple trees that I won't have to be high to chop down. Fix my axe. Might as well fix the pick while I'm at it. Put the wood away. No more chickens to sacrifice, so we're not going to get any more use out of these bones at the moment. And I've kind of reached the bit where I can't put off the nether anymore. It's time. Time to finally make a diamond pick. I do not fear the pigmen, they shall fall before me. I know they're right jerks about it, but my real concern is the ghasts. Got my bow. I'm not going to need the butcher knife down there. I have... That is a sad number of arrows. A very sad number of arrows. I think it's time to start looking into projectile spells. Bound bow could do it. Yeah, but I can't get infinity until I have an enchanting table, and the enchanting table is made with obsidian, which I don't have yet. I actually don't know if tetra bows can take infinity. That's a thought. Right now there's the bound bow spell, or some other forms of projectile damage. Cold in particular. Frost damage. Things in the nether don't like. Frost damage to be runes and snowballs. What is the ice spike? It icicles the ground, pierces, frost damage, leaves spikes. Interesting. More of a later game component, sounds like. I think that's the answer. Bound bow. Frost damage. Frost damage. Frost damage. And then I suppose I could add the damage component, but no, the damage component is very expensive. It costs one sword of every type. It doesn't go into rote very well as a bound component either. So I guess we just leave it without components. Or do we add it? Oh, mode of ender. No, we definitely don't add damage. If it's going to cost a mode, it's going to cost a mode of ender anyway. So it's bound bow's fault. Alright, what does a mote of ender take? Rituals. Ritual of the Cold Dark? No, that's ally with the undead. Endless Void. Yes. Now, a gourd, black stained glass, and glow lichen. That's changed. We have a screaming zombie Hulk who's on fire. His health is so low, I could just finish him. Doom. Why do I have shears again? They were important for something. But I don't remember why I grabbed them now. It wasn't for wool. Or leaves. I don't remember why I have shears. But we need to get some obsidian. This looks like the easiest place. Away! I just don't know why I put those shears in my inventory. Completely lost on the subject. Also, what does this clown want? You have nothing to offer me. Which means you have brought me leaves. That's just how it works. Trader's a pain in the neck. If he doesn't have anything useful, then he has bought something useful. So this will finally give us an enchanting table. And also another portal. Just the enchanting table by itself is actually not that great, because we can't control the enchantments on it. And it's going to cost us so many levels. And And I need those levels to farm Chimerite. I also need to go have a look at the Tetra Holosphere, which I know I said I needed to do way back when we were at that weird structure with all the forge hammers. Because I need to look up how to make the strongest hammer, so I don't have to worry about forge hammers anymore. Up to 19. That's okay, I think we only needed 18. But the more the merrier. It'd be certainly nice if this was faster. I think there is a way to make it faster, but I'm not sure if I can yet. I'm not even sure if the items to do so even still exist. So what I'm thinking about is the Mana and Artifice Break spell, which is just mine with magic. That's all it is. The trouble with the break spell is that by default it's equivalent to a low tier pickaxe, nowhere near the diamond pickaxe that I would need to break obsidian. But if I remember right, there are rings that I can wear that increase the break level of the break spell. And there they are. Lesser break ring, made with iron. Greater break ring, made with diamond, and a mote of earth. So that's why I haven't done that yet. Motes are just an enormous pain. So we have leads. I should have another one somewhere. Huh. Whatever happened to my other lead that I used to guide the chicken in? I guess that's just lost to time. crafted some arrows for the first time in forever. And 2 more diamonds will make the enchanting table. There's no way I have the ability to make the books to empower the enchanting table. But this room is big enough to place it. Right, enchanting table down. Nether portal. We'll put it somewhere way down here. So I have to listen to it most of the time. And that's all we really need. I also like to put security on it. So that's going to need 2 signs and 2 carpet. We're also going to need base materials. have so much cobbled deep slate, I may as well use that. Just grab a casual 5 stacks. And I think that's everything required to begin our expedition. The reason for this little setup: the carpet sits on top of the signs and can't be placed otherwise, and the mobs, specifically the pigmen that come boiling out of here, assume that that hole we've just covered is still a hole, and therefore won't cross. I, of course, forgot my flint and steel, and cannot light the portal. Actually, I don't need flint and steel. Square triangle casts ignite. So I'll just light this portal with a cantrip. Did I misplace my portal? I did. And foof. I wonder if Wind Wall will protect from gassed fireballs. Kind of a risky question to be asking now, isn't it? Well, in we go, and first task first, build a shelter. Oh, we're mostly on the ground. How convenient. Whoa. My pickaxe is a bit stronger than I thought. Nice bright home marker so I don't lose track of where I am. A nice deep slate home. And a double chest to leave behind all the deep slate. Now the expedition begins. We need quartz. Quartz is definitely on the agenda. I'm also, of course, going to need blaze materials. Can't really get away from those. All these bone blocks are really nice, though. Oh, that's what else I needed. Soul sand. Soul sand is going to be in kind of high demand. Because it goes into soul gems, and I like to have a very nice stock of those. Soul gems are also a component in familiar rings. Yet another reason to make plenty. That's a pretty good amount of soul sand. I also kind of want to see if I can... Does the tree knockdown mod work on mushrooms? Am I just going to knock over a giant mushroom? Nope. It does not work that way. They really went out of their way to make these crimson mushrooms disturbing. They shouldn't squeak like this. Nothing should. Now the big advantage of having a hoe blade on the back of my sharp axe is that I'm perfectly equipped to deal with these mushrooms in their entirety. Also, I can shears these red vines. Maybe they'll make good bowstrings, I don't remember. I think they had significant flaws. Crimson roots do nothing. Well, I guess I could botanist's workbench to make them look more interesting. But on the whole, worthless. Huh. What is this little symbol? And what is this crater room looking thing? I need to fly back north. So one thing the map shows is this funny crater looking area somewhere around here. And while I'm not seeing it, I did just catch sight of another fortress. Oh, here we have another M&A Undead Crypt. That doesn't help. I can't see what this pocket is. Whatever that is, it's at a different altitude. Also, there are zombies down there. Where did they come from? There's also that mystery thing due north. Which could just be this? It is this. Anyway, more pressing are these rather ordered looking black lines. The fortress has been found. First blaze rod. Oh, there's 2 blaze spawners right here. I'm going to put wind wall up in the hopes that that stops me from getting burned. Wind wall seems to be working. However, the blazes are escaping. And I don't have enough building blocks to really prevent that. Oh, hi! Where did you come from? I want the hole on this side. And then a little gapper here. Kind of on life support right now. Alright. Back into the fray. They are now locked in and unable to leave. They are locked in here with me. As I hit them with my very small knife. Five blaze rods is certainly something. It's not a great number, but it gets us somewhere. That's up to 6 rods. guess 8 will have to be enough for now. From here, we zip back. Ignoring all the weird noises. My shelter is directly below this crypt. And no ghasts happened, which is pretty nice. Anyway, got some blaze rods, some quartz, some soul sand. Very successful trip. Next time we go, we'll have to have fire resistance. And the Otherworld trees work now. Now that they are stable and fully in this universe, and don't require drugs to perceive properly, they knock down and create saplings exactly as one would expect a tree to do. Anyway, last task of the day. Is going to be look at the holosphere, and I will put away what's in my inventory first thing tomorrow. Holosphere, double-headed tools, head, hammerhead. This is where Tetra gets difficult. Wood. You have to also remember that while things like wood have a tier of 0, having both heads as hammerheads increases the tier by 1. So all of these things that we're looking at increase the tier in your mind by 1. Wooden hammers have a functional tier of 1. Stone has a functional tier of 2. That includes diorite, that includes andesite, that includes granite. Then we have blackstone for a functional tier of 4 and can be made with a tier 3. And obsidian requires a tier 6 to make and provides tier 4 hammering, functionally tier 5. Iron is only 3. Copper is an interesting cheat. Tier 1 to make provides tier 3 with both heads. And then netherite requires tier 7 to make, which I don't think exists, and provides tier 5. Functionally 6. So the reason you need forge hammers is because while you can make a Blackstone hammer on your own and get to tier 4 that way, you can't make an Obsidian hammer to get to tier 5 without a tier 6 hammer. And the only way to get a tier 6 hammer is to use a forge hammer in a tetra structure with those little upgrades. I think 2 of these combustion chamber upgrades to increase the hammer tier. It might need only 1, but it needs at least 1, increasing its hammer tier. Also this Stirk tab, and I have no idea. This has always been jumbly gibberish like this. I don't know what this tab does, if it has ever done anything. And there's the system tab, which is similarly warped. You can also make custom shields here. Tower plate, buckler plate, heater plate for different shaped shields. You put a spike or a sturdy boss on them. And 2 different types of grips, basic or straps. Tetra also, well, this is the full material list. Tetra also provides tool belts, which are incredibly powerful. Particularly with the quiver. I would need more arrows for that, though. But having a quiver on your tool belt gives you a whole bunch of free inventory slots for arrows only. And there's some way, I think it's the quick latch, that then allows you to automatically refill your arrows from your quiver. Because without the quick latch upgrade, you have to do so manually, or there's a button to press, something. Blades. I wonder if I come over here to the schematics, if I can get more. Nope, I can't get information on the guard thing, even though I'm right here. And this can technically be upgraded. But that's an Ender, an Eye of Ender. Or an Amethyst, and I have neither. So anyway, one of our goals fairly soon will be obsidian-headed tools, particularly an obsidian hammer. Blackstone could also be good, but the problem with an obsidian hammer is that we're not going to be able to repair it. Blackstone would be more workable. And that would be a hammer level 4, which allows us to work with basically everything but obsidian and netherite. Yeah, this won't really help, because the level it's showing us can change. Looks like Weeping Vine is simply better than Vine. And I think my crossbow is currently using Vine. or my bow currently uses a vine as a string. We have all these other things. Wool is also a thing. Yeah, my bowstring is a vine. So we can turn that into Weeping Vine for slightly raised draw time and a decent durability bump. That seems fair to me. Anyway, that is going to do it for today. I'll be back probably with more Nether expeditions tomorrow. And a whole host of other miscellaneous nonsense. I will see you then.